items from the public? All right. Need a motion to approve the agenda.
Mr. President, I move we approve the agenda if there's no modifications or changes for August 27th.
I have a motion on the floor and second. Any discussion? If not, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? The motion carries. Any questions for Tracy on the purchase order? All right, we have 4 internal budget revisions. Mr. Davis?
Yes, sir. Council has before you 4 internal budget revision requests, all being requested to correct deficit balances within the budget. The first is Department 700 Law Enforcement. Sheriff Keller's requesting that he be allowed to reduce line 214 travel by $845. Current unencumbered fund balance is $15,756.14 with 1.52% spent to date, and increase line 226 in insurance and bonds by $845. That account currently has a deficit balance of $844.30, and that deficit balance was caused by the last quarter's unemployment expenses. The next request, again, is from Sheriff Keller. He's requesting that he be allowed to reduce its Department 409 tax processing. He's requesting that he be allowed to reduce line 341, supplies and materials, by $2,381. Current unencumbered fund balance is $19,185.76 with 23.25% spent to date. And again, increase in insurance and bonds due to unemployment by $2,381. That account currently has a deficit balance of $2,380.62. The last request from Sheriff Keller is for Department 404 Tax Office. Sheriff Keller's requesting that he be allowed to reduce line 221 Training and Education by $54. That account currently has an unencumbered fund balance of $800 with nothing spent to date. And increase line 341 Supplies and Materials by $54. That account currently has a deficit balance of $53.13. And finally, the final request is for your capital outlay account, Department 988. I'm requesting that you allow me to reduce line 460, capital outlay buildings, by $500. That line item currently has an unencumbered fund balance of $499,026, and increased capital outlay other improvements by $500. That account currently has a deficit balance of $500.
All right. Any questions for Mr. Davis on the internal budget revisions? All right. Mr. Davis, just so all the council knows, we did close our bonds and sold in record time.
Less than 3 minutes.
Right.
3 minutes?
Less than 3 minutes, $30.2 million.
So there's a huge market out there for our bonds that we choose to finance once in a while. And Cruz and Associates and us will be looking at any other bonds that we may want to put back out to refinance and save additional money like we did on Kimco. So, all right.
In the Summit Bank, loan has been paid off and already gotten acknowledgement of that payment.
Mm-hmm.
And then the remainder of the fund has deposit with West Bank or now available for all account.
Right. All right, we have quite a few changes in status. New hire recommendations received from Mary Cackley, 911 Director, following individual telecommunicators with annual salary of $36,645 effective September 16th, 2020. So these are brand new hires, Mr. Davis, is that correct? Caitlin Diggers, Lisa Hawkins, Chastity Lovelace, Ashley McDaniel, and Lloyd Thompson. We also have new hire recommendation received from Tim Zaya, Director of Community Corrections, for Harold Caldwell, I'm sorry, as a part-time driver with the hourly rate of $13.91 effective September 1st, 2020. And then we have a new hire recommendation received from Tim Zai, Director of Community Corrections, for Jason Mayer, as a peer recovery coach with an annual salary of $34,099 effective September 1st, 2020. And Tim, I'm sorry I wasn't there last Friday. As we all know, Tim got recognized from the federal government for all the hard work and accomplishments that he's gotten done over the year. First, for the past 4 years he's been there, and got some additional grant money. So Tim continues to surprise everybody except for us. We always knew he was capable of doing whatever we threw at him, and I want to thank you and your staff for another job well done. We have a new hire recommendation received from the Honorable Sheriff Curtis Keller for Bailey Bartham as a deputy with an annual salary of $41,475 effective September 8, 2020. A new hire recommendation received from the Honorable Larry Hess, Assessor for Monica Snyder, as a personal property clerk with an annual salary of $24,000 effective August 27, 2020. Change in status received from Mary Cackley, Director of 911, for their following employees. They will be going from a trainee to a telecommunicator 1 with an annual salary increase of $34,900 to $39,795 effective September 1st, 2020. And that's Cynthia Bell and Delaney Lyson. Is that right? Lyson. Change in status received from Tim Zaya, Director of Community Corrections, for Crystal Peterson. She is going from a peer recovery coach to a project coordinator with an annual salary increase from $34,099 to $40,060 effective September 1st, 2020. Letter of resignation received from the Sheriff's Office for Alvin Almazer effective August 28, 2020. Chief, is he a deputy or?
Yes, sir, he was.
Okay. All right, any
How long
questions?
was he a deputy? When was he hired, do you remember?
About 2.5 years ago.
Any questions on the change in status? All right, we are moving on to the minutes for August 13th, 2020. Vice President Delier was out, so I entertain a motion if there's no changes or corrections.
Mr. President, I move to accept the minutes of the August 13th, 2020 meeting as presented.
Second.
All right, have a motion on the floor and a second. Any change, motion and a second. Any discussion? If not, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Motion carries.
I'll abstain.
All right, moving on to the county council calendar. We'll be here next Thursday, and keep in mind that the offices will be closed on Monday the 7th to celebrate Labor Day. And tonight on boards and commissions, we have 5 p.m. here in the chamber for the Ambulance Authority, 5 p.m. Library Board. Next Tuesday on September the 1st, 5 p.m. Sewer District, 6 p.m. Stormwater District, and Wednesday the 2nd, 4 p.m. Telemon. Any changes or corrections on those? All right, moving on, we have a bond release for Panhandle Homes of Berkeley County, Inc., Potomac Station, lots 100 to 107, 116 to 127, file number 2007-092. Engineering Department has made that recommendation. Any questions on that? Okay, if not, I'll entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda.
So moved.
Second.
Just to, why there's so many file numbers showing up, the new llama system has to be 2007.
So that's the why there's a
And then you have a
parentheses.
second one, the old number.
Okay.
Didn't we have that discussion last week or?
Oh, no, I wasn't here last week.
Oh, okay.
All right. Thank you, Dirk. He's talking to me, not us, me.
Oh, okay. You didn't know?
No, I didn't know.
Okay.
All right. All right, we have a motion on the floor and second. Any discussion? If not, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? The motion carries. Good morning, Mr. S. How you doing? You have a little bit of activity on your end.
Yeah, I got a couple things this week. Good morning, everybody.
Morning.
First thing I do have a couple taxpayer error, bring it to you. They didn't write out, mark the vehicles off, or, one of them was, access to the county. I got those two taxpayer errors in the amount of $443.92.
All right. Entertain a motion on two personal property tax exonerations due to office error.
So moved.
Got a motion on the floor and a second. Any discussion? If not, all in favor, say aye. All of us that oppose,
Aye.
the motion is denied.
All right, we got two office errors for real estate, and we have to correct both the disability homestead was removed in error, and one for a home not owned by property. The both total up to $333.53.
Mr. President, I move to accept two real estate tax exoneration. $332.50.
Second.
Been made and seconded. Any discussion? If not, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? The motion carries. Have one correction of assessment.
This one didn't get keyed. The lady had bought a yoga lot, and she built a new house. The house got missed, didn't get keyed over. So we need to give her a bill. And so we taken the vacant lot, added a house to it, set up the tax bill for us. It's in the amount of $2,248.52.
All right. Need a motion on the one correction of assessment.
So moved.
Second.
Motion been made and seconded. Any discussion on that motion? If not, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? The motion carries. And you have apportionment of assessment of taxes due to
Well-
final divorce.
These two are borrowed last week.
Okay.
And actually, when she totaled up the totals, she put in the appraised values with the assessed value for both of these. So this is just the correction from last week. First was for that Jeremy and Jessica Smith for the 2002 Explorer. It's simply 1305 class 3. We corrected that. And the other one's for Richard Mason for 1994 utility trailer. We had it listed as this appraised value, so we changed that to the 180. So they're just corrected. We just need to get the okay on them so we can get it back.
I guess what we need to do is, actually at least, include the motion to say that there are corrections from the ones last week, or we need to rescind the motion from last week and make these to do. Which way you want to do that? Which way you want to do this? You want us to rescind our motion from last week and then make new motions, or you just want to make a motion this week for a correction of last week's action? Okay, all right, entertain a motion.
Second.
All right, motion is to correct the ones that was approved last week with the ones this week. Any discussion on that? If not, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? The motion carries.
That's all I have.
Thank you, Mr. Hess. Board meeting reports, Mr. Barnhart.
Well, thank you, Mr. President.
Always.
We had a home consortium meeting and had some problems. It wasn't Zoom, it was something else. Go to meetings and it wasn't working right and we didn't have a quorum, so we just kind of tossed that one out. We will probably have it again sometime in the future. Maybe before we broke, they evidently have had a problem with lot 21 of Auburndale where they're building a Habitat for Humanity's house. Somebody buried shingles on the property.
Oh, gee.
And of course, it had asbestos in them, so DEP has contacted, but it's not friable, so it won't be a problem. But that Habitat on Humanity's house on hold. We had a full council meeting of Region 9 Planning and Development Council, and of course, that was Zoom meeting. And the highlight actually was said resilience coordinator. He was hired by Region 9, and so she introduced herself and gave what she had done so far. She's only been there a couple of weeks. Her name is Rhonda. I can't remember that. Nice girl, and eventually she'll be talking to us. And then had a public service water district meeting. They approved Acadia Springs North, which is past VA Center, and pay application 1 for Cardinal Point, where they're upgrading an 8-inch water line to a 12-inch water line to handle future development. And Procter & Gamble is stabilized at 975,000 gallons a day.
I'm glad they stabilized.
Yeah, I thought that was pretty good. And that was,
which is considerably more than what they set out to do.
well, I think they're doing more than they originally.
Oh, yeah, absolutely, absolutely.
And hiring considerably more than what they said in
Yeah,
the
what-
beginning.
And Clorox is anticipating, of course, 100,000 gallons a day.
Right.
Another
But,
100,000.
but no discharge of any sewer other
I don't
than.
know, I don't handle that.
Yeah.
But of course, they're, getting ready to put in the Grapevine Road thing, they're welding pipe together as we speak. So, and ongoing to increase the connection between north and south. In the city of Martinsburg, they're buying 500,000 gallons a day.
Yeah, the treatment plant on the south end needs to get done sooner than later.
That's not my department.
Yeah,
But yeah, they're investigating, there's wells out there at Isherwood's place.
yeah,
They're, and looking for additional work.
yeah.
Because they'll have to replace,
I had a lot of conversations in the 5 hours going to Charleston,
Yeah.
down and back in 2 days.
Yeah.
So, yeah, they're actually looking at doing some more tests on those
Yeah.
wells right now.
they'll have to buy the pumps because it takes a special pump, 500 gallons.
That's
Right.
Gold Miller Road, you mean?
Yeah,
An hour.
Yeah.
and they're thinking they could pick up another 2 to 3 million gallons a day just off those. Then they got to figure out whether they want to pump it.
Yeah, whether treat it and pump it or pump it and treat it.
Exactly.
Well,
Exactly.
weren't they pulling off of that one at one point and then stopped pulling off of it?
I don't think they tested them before, but I don't think they have
Yeah,
any transmission lines.
they're under the influence, a couple of them are under the surface water influence, and
Right.
one of them had was mineralized. Yeah, there was some problems.
But
But of course, there's what, 3 wells there?
there's 3 wells, and they're thinking about even doing maybe the 4th well,
Yeah.
but at the same time, it's just something that needs to be, it's not a spring.
Yeah.
So they'll have to be treated, or
Yeah.
even spring water would have to be treated. But, very minimal treatment, I think. So, but, yeah, and then the transmission of the water.
Don't have lines big enough to get it into the main source now, do they?
Well,
Well,
they're
The
also
main
talking.
source is one of the problems. Bunker Hill plant shot. It's 50, 75 years old.
It's
gotta be
slipping
replaced.
badly.
It's gotta be replaced.
So, but
How old are you?
So,
No. Just one.
it was before his
Wonder where you
time.
were pulling that comparison from.
I think it was.
When you said it was
I think
shot,
it
you
was
know?
1954 when they built the plant.
Okay.
The other thing that they're talking about is needing more storage.
Yeah. Well,
So that will help the transmission line. So,
Yeah, there's talk about putting up another tower.
right,
It's just where,
yeah.
Wasn't there one time talk about over in the Back Creek Valley creating a big reservoir over there? If I remember right, yeah, it was back in the 90s or something when we had a big drought or something. We had at one point they were limiting, you couldn't water grass and all that stuff. We were having.
Well, there's been several proposals over the years, one for impoundments and another for getting hold of old abandoned quarries.
Right,
Turns them off, Fort Blairton was one of them.
right.
And those, of course, since gone. The river.
Well, yeah, we can pump twice as much, what, we're up to 6 million gallons a day on the river. And, but I think the plant, with,
They have to expand it.
they have to expand the filtering
Yeah.
system, right? They go up to about 12 million again a day.
Doesn't the Bunker Hill quarry recover pretty fast? They've never done anything with it. I thought it had a real fast recovery on it.
I'm not sure. All right, Ms. Bob,
Mr. President, before you continue,
we have a bid opening. All right, we have a bid opening for financial software. Bring us up to speed. Sir.
as the council is aware, early this calendar year, we met with you to discuss the need to upgrade our financial software package. We've been using AS400 for many years. It certainly is not conducive to the size and complexity of this operation, so we asked the council to go out for bids, which you agreed to. Soon thereafter, COVID-19 hit. So dealing with all the challenges that went with the coronavirus and the budget uncertainty, Gary and I decided to wait till the new fiscal year to put the RFP out for bid. About a month ago, you declared your excuse me, unencumbered fund balance, which came in slightly more than $700,000 above budget, and agreed to set aside that money in your market for our software upgrade. So we put the RFP out for bid. It was distributed electronically through social media. It was placed on our website. It was also advertised in the Martinsburg Journal. You do have certification publication on file, and in your packet, the deadline for bids was 4:00 p.m. yesterday. We received 4 bids prior to the deadline. Now, we've requested a lump sum bid. The lump sum bid includes a number of modules to include general ledger, purchasing, accounts payable, payroll, accounts receivable, a grants administration, grants management module, budget management, human resources, and time and attendance. And then we asked for each one of those modules to be broken out individually. What typically is available through the software packages that are out there, you can buy the core software and then add to it as needed. So the lump sum bid will include all those modules, but may not be what we ultimately bring back to you for consideration.
Quick little bit of history. The software that runs is probably dated about 30 years ago. It started out as Mentor Solutions. It got bought by a company called SCT. It all started back in Lexington, Kentucky. They sold it, went to a company in Texas called ACS. ACS sold it to Xerox, and Xerox most recently sold it to a company in Northern Virginia called Avenue Insights. It's been a stagnant piece of software. It does the processes that we do and does them very well. That's all it does. There's no dashboard for executives to see trending and forecasting. There isn't any ability for departments and other agencies to interact with the people. Pretty much, if you wanna know anything, you have to talk to a particular person, ask them, and then look it up. So this moves us leaps and bounds ahead in that office. Mr. Small, blessed the opportunity way back before we came to you because it's his department. So, this takes us and puts us in line with other agencies in and around Eastern Panhandle, to the east and to the south. Just gets us ready to modernize our accounting processes.
These are all over the place, by the way.
Pardon?
These bids are gonna be all over the place.
I looked at the names on them, some of them I didn't know. I can tell you mainstream, a couple of them that you have there are what I would consider mainstream modules that other large agencies like us have. We have forecasted and budgeted down to land somewhere under 500,000. So I'll be curious to see what we have.
Well, I think someone's outside the game, is what I mean.
Wow, and very well could be. Could be.
All right, my biggest question, Mr. Wine, one of the things we talked about last year was what we've talked about, and Jennifer's here from County Commission Association today, about possibility of trying to, again, try to get 1 cent sales tax for counties. One of the things that we was told by some of our senators was, I'm sorry, the state doesn't have the software to be able to correctly divide the 1 cent sales tax up. Briefly talked to you about that. You said that we felt that we could do that. This software will help us do that, I'm sure.
No, sir, this software is the other side of our accounting module. The collection piece comes out of the sheriff's tax office. This is on the county clerk's payout office. So
Okay.
this software would not have that.
So this is all accounts payable.
Pardon me?
This is all
It
accounts
is.
payable.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Payroll, accounts payable, human resources.
This is not received.
Okay, all right. All right, that's good. The first bid we received, in Mr. Wine, there's several different, it says year 1, year 2, year 3 on this one. It's coming from ST Tech Inc. out of Cary, North Carolina. It has a 1-year price. Is that what you're looking for?
So in today's world of software, you can buy software as a service, which is where we actually never get anything tangible. We actually pay a license fee and use it, and it's a hosted cloud solution. And then there's an on-premise solution. So I don't know the company, but we specified in the request for proposals that they could in fact propose software as a service or wholly and solely on-premise.
So let me read what they got, if I can.
Sure.
Software license costs, project design and build, training, testing, data migration, technical, production go live prep, post-production go live support 30 calendar days. Those items there on year 1 would be $527,880.60. Then it has a software licensing cost of $97,880.60 for year 2 and year 3. Also has an optional cost of application and maintenance services at $25,000 a year. So year 1 is $527,880.60 without the optional maintenance service.
Yeah, that sounds like that custom developed opportunity there, so you would dig into that.
Okay, so that's bid number 1. Bid number 2 is Mountaineer Computer Systems Inc. and they're out of Lewisburg, West Virginia. It's just a lump sum price of $134,561.25.
Great.
This one is, we'll spell BLACK Inc. Fairchild, that's out of Charleston, South Carolina. I better look before I say this. $18,484 for concurrent licenses, or $21,975 with 5 concurrent licenses.
Does it say per month, maybe? Does it say?
Says we hereby propose to furnish labor, materials, equipment, and incidentals, and to perform all operations necessary to require the successful completion of the project. Does. Not on the front page anyway.
And I'm sure there's something a little bit.
All right, bid number 4 is Tyler Technologies Inc. out of Del Mar. Huh? No, whatever abbreviation is ME.
Maine.
Okay. All right, lump sum price of $282,018. $282,18.
Put your hand up. Now.
That's a heavy one there. Give you plenty to read there.
You want me on that committee, because I'll understand all that stuff.
You got 2 catalogs there, though.
All right, that concludes the RFP for financial software. Let's move back to board and commission.
Back to me.
Yeah, go ahead, or board meeting reports, I'm sorry.
Okay. A number of things going on interesting. First of all, we had CBB meeting this week, and on the state level, several things. The tourist facilities on the state highways, none of which are handing out any material at all. I think they hand out maybe the West Virginia general booklet, but they are not handing out any rack cards or anything, and they're not open for reservations or anything. So all of that being said, the bathrooms are open, but it's not functional. The other thing is that on the state level, there is no CVB in operation except ours. All of them are closed. All are closed. Because of the COVID virus. On the other side, Mark Jordan has made sure that any place that is open, that it's adhering with the docents to the COVID standards of mask and sanitizer and signing people up. So that is part of that, and so it's allowing us to have opportunities to work with different things. Mark met with Alan Corbin of the Parks and Rec, and I have a map of the courthouse farm with all the things on it, all the projects on it. I'm going to give this to Chad to see if we can get that up, because this is a real key thing for people that want to use the project. Mark and the board is going to be working on a handout that with a rack card, but unfortunately right now it can only be handed out at the CBB and at the park facilities. But the amount of use that the courthouse farm is getting is unbelievable, because we now have 2-disc golf, 2-disc golf, frisbee golf, what you want to call it. Also, you have walking trails, and then you have the bicycle trails and all these other things, not counting fishing, etc. So it's been a real boom for the local population. The one thing that CVB did get from West Virginia Tourism after all these months is the Civil War rack cards. I guess they're not used in any place else, so they finally sent them a box. A lot of things are going on in the state, but unfortunately no one's able to adhere to it. But we do have a website, and they are, the people at the CVP is emailing lots of information out of what is open and when it's open for Berkeley County. The other thing that the CVP's been working on is a new grant applications, and trying to get that all completed up, and from rack cards to docents to many grants, tourism seed grants. So they're trying to get this all, since they have more time, the board does, that they're trying to get all this stuff as to what's available. And one of the neat ones is that they used to have a $5,000 tourist grant that was only limited to one a year, but if you come up with a great idea, it can be several years, because they do have the money set back, and they set back so much a year to be given for these different grants. And if it's not used, then it goes into the next year. So that's a real plus. was at Senior Services, and fortunately or unfortunately, the services the public is not there. However, the amount of services at home has gone way up, so the manager steps there. Plus, they're really excited about getting a new hot and cold truck here by Friday because the number of meals have increased. Because what had happened is families, I think, when this started, thought they could handle it, but then as it's gone on and gone on, then more people have set up so that these home deliveries are being done. So basically, the kitchen and managerial staff is working, and they need another part-time nurse. But basically, the buildings are not open for public, and they're having some things like exercise, walking programs that are using the pavilion that's there. And of course, that's with the proper mask and all this other stuff. But they're limited to what they can do because they're with a population that's very conducive to this type of thing. And on the state level, they don't see it opening before January, is what the word came down from Charleston this week. Because of 3 nursing homes having a real crisis with COVID-19 this week. So that's there. The Roundhouse, I did a walkthrough with several folks coming up with an overall scope of work, which will be open on September 9th of the Frog Shop. Very interesting topics of conversation. We're setting up Mr. Lynch of Shepherd University. We started the strategic plan in a class last year, and then we hit the pandemic. It didn't turn out like we thought, so Mr. Lynch is going to come up, and we're going to come up with I gave them a scope of work, but I think the professor wants to see what the facilities are like and then go from there. So we're getting ready to meet with him. The other thing, we're working on a phone system, which I was working with Gary on, for the alarm system to work with the suppressants, fire suppressant system. So there's been some interesting things that are going on, and last but not least, we're working on interviews for the Roundhouse. If people had family members, if you have stories to tell, Clara and Emma got a station that they're doing interviews, and they're going to be putting together a video or DVD that can be sold or you accessed by the public and used over there. So they've had some very interesting. So if anybody wants to volunteer a phone number that somebody can call and you can give a story, that would be great. It'd be really great. So that's what's going on over there.
All right, thank you, Ms. Moore. Mr. Delia.
On Friday, I did attend the meeting down in the Recovery Resource Center where we had I guess his title is Director James Carroll and Tom Carr from HIDA visit us, and it was a really good day. It was a really good day. It was a really good day to highlight the achievements of our special services that we're offering, and to receive recognition on a federal level. It was a good day. Once again, kudos to Tim and his staff for what they continue to accomplish in that area. We did have something yesterday that was interesting, and if anybody's interested in it, I could send you a copy. We had a board orientation at the Development Authority, and what the heck's his name? Attorney Ken Barton presented it. It did a very good job. Put it together about an hour and 15 minutes, where he has a PowerPoint, and I've got it. If anybody wants it, I can forward it to you. The PowerPoint was really good. Really explained from the beginning of the Development Authority how we got to where we're at today, what the rules are, why the legislature formed it the way it was. So really informative. He read through it in about an hour and 15 minutes with questions, so you could probably read through that thing in yourself in 45 minutes. But it was a lot of good information just to have it and store it to be able to refer back to it. So,
Want me a copy of it, please?
all right,
I would like to have one too.
okay. That's all I got.
Mr. Whitaker?
I had no meetings other than Friday, and I attended the item meeting with Councilperson Malkin and Person Billier and also Alan. And it was very emotional for me to hear the stories again, knowing that what we do up here and how we hear what we've done for somebody else. Amazing.
It was kind of a little bit of a conversation for me and Mr. Deal on the way back from Charleston yesterday was, you know, some of the things that's been happening and how things have changed here in Berkeley County, but how other people aren't as fortunate to have the resources that we have here now. So it really helps out. One thing that I could report on right now would be had a fire board meeting last Thursday before last, I'm sorry, and I can report on everything's going well there. The Baker Heights Volunteer Fire Department is the site is ready, the bids are in. It appears I think Mr. Wilson told me that the bids came in. Low bid was at 4.4 million. And then you have the cost of the improved land, which is pad ready. It already has all the utilities to it. The paving is down for the road and all that stuff. At additional 900 for that, which is about where it needs to be. So it's pushing the budget allocation that we had, 5.3 plus. But we all know that new location for the main fire hall is in a it's going to be very, very busy, and it's going to be right off the exit 12, and so it's going to have and plus that's our only station that has paid staff 24/7, 365. There was talk about possibly downsizing it, going from 4 drive-through bays to 3 drive-through bays, and I encourage the fire board because we all know we've addressed over 2,000 new addresses in 2 years. This year would be no different, if not more, and it's going to be important not to grow out of that thing as soon as it's put in. So as far as I know of, we're moving forward with that, and I'd like to thank Mr. Wilson for his hours of dedication on these building projects. And
They'll be reaching like the Martinsburg Station and the Gallery subdivision. They'll have a quicker response time there than the city does. So I can see them doing a lot. They have an interaction agreement with the city, so.
Well, there's a lot of, you know, I know that the choir is very happy for them to be there right now. And I know some of the residents on the west side of 81 has always wanted somebody closer.
Oh.
But there's as we know, each volunteer fire station has its own run area. I don't know how that will change. I think that it would change the run areas a little bit. We're already starting to get back to MOUs between us and the volunteer fire station, so we have Bennington's MOU back. Mr. Davis has sent them all out. Baker Heights, Mary Lou, the president there, has hers in hand, having a little difficulties in printing it to the quality that she wants. So we'll have that the week after next.
You and I didn't have a chance to talk this morning. I do have to write about it.
And I said that, but unfortunately, the chief is on vacation next week, so it won't help. So that's continually going well. Um, there's a few hiccups that need to be ironed out, but overall it's going well. The trip that we took down, I rode down to Charleston on Tuesday night. We got down in Charleston a little bit after 11 o'clock at night, and rode down with Curtis Keller Jr. from the Stormwater District and Greg Rowe. And yesterday morning at 10 o'clock, we met with the Deputy Secretary of DEP. And that's Harold Ward, and talked to him and one of his staff members about the MS4 permit and trying to get that modified. We walked away from the meeting feeling more comfortable than what we have in the years past of willingness to work with us. And I will say that those two gentlemen were very professional. And I think they are people of their word. So, but it's a process. It's a long, drug out process, and basically the permit has to be transferred from the sewer district to the storms district, the new district, before it gets modified. So they expressed that, they would be working on that, and from our side, from the sewer and the storm, that they've been working on this since 2004 or shortly after that. There's you work really, really hard to try to get where you need to go. You're told that to take this route, and it seems like there's always setbacks, and it seems crazy that you have that many setbacks for 16 years, but I can tell you that they've been working at it, but it just you know how it is. But, and plus right now the state offices are looking at it, they're way understaffed. They're right now DEP is 40% light because of all the inspectors and everybody there that we're accustomed to working with are at retirement age. They're getting like us, Jim, all white hair and ready to phase out.
Well, I gotta say, I saw a video of you on Saturday where you were in full outfit with the fire department doing your
My
training,
test.
your test.
Yeah.
And so I gotta tell you, you're not that old. From what I saw you doing.
You didn't see me laying on the sidewalk when I got done.
No, but I saw you dragging that body up through there.
Oh yeah, that was a killer.
Yeah.
Yep.
I could tell you had your
Yeah.
good fill of that test.
Good thing.
That's that attitude. That's that attitude he has. That's why he's riding the gimpy cart here.
Well, I'll tell you, if I didn't have the cheerleading squad that day, I would have stopped a couple steps short.
And you had high praises from the guys that showed me that video.
Yeah, well, thank you. So the trip to Charleston, as Jennifer knows, is a long trip there and a long trip back, and sad to say that's why we don't make it too often, but it was very much worth our time of going down and meeting with Mr. Ward. So,
Well, the airport does have a charter service now.
well,
Was that a topic of conversation on the ride?
no, and it wasn't even a topic on the way back with Nick Deal.
That's what I'm saying.
Huh?
Why,
So-
if you're riding back and forth, why was that not a conversation?
Well, maybe we need to take an old police cruiser and sit down there at the airport so we have a car.
Most airports have courtesy cars.
Courtesy card.
Is that right?
Yeah, where you show up there and you leave your plane and
If there's no rental service.
Well, wait a second now. Wait. Tom's here next for the airport authority for a request for a permit waiver fee.
Now,
Maybe we can
wait
get a
minute.
future credit towards a charter to
Now,
Charleston.
In Tom's
I'm not
defense, I did.
charge a charter back.
In Tom's defense, I did mention last week that they would be in for a request to waiver the fee.
Yeah. So, but anyway, any activity on board commission vacancies?
I'd like to make a motion to reappoint Bob Butler to the Development Authority.
All right, motion been made and second. Any discussion? If not, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? The motion carries. And this, my read ahead says reappointment for Nora Bentley on the Berkeley County Building Commission, which is actually a appointment.
He finished an expired term, and he couldn't fulfill that term until.
Right, until he retired.
So we're asking that he be reappointed to a full term, because the term that he's in now.
Well, be
is expired.
appointed for, to finish out a term.
He's already been appointed to finish out a term. That term that he had been appointed to now expires. So this is this would be his appointment to a full term.
Okay, so he was
We
appointed
did
one time
appoint him.
before his retirement.
Correct.
Did we appoint him after his retirement?
We did, we actually moved the date of
Okay.
his appointment.
We went back that
August
day.
1st.
Right.
But the term that he had been appointed to, the unexpired.
That was done intentionally, you know that, right?
Pardon me?
That was done intentionally.
Well, and now he's asking to be reappointed for a full term,
And what is a full term?
5 years.
Now, there is a downfall about putting him on this board.
And he's there because his political lean, by the way,
Oh, yeah,
so you have.
right. Well, in that case, we'll put him on this board and he can't serve on another board.
That's true.
All right, we need to,
There's a good strategy behind it.
it is,
I'll make a motion to appoint Mr. Bentley to the building committee, commission for a full 5-year term, starting September 3rd.
reappointment, yep. Second. Motion been made. Do I hear you second? Second. Any discussion? If not, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? The motion carries.
Mr. President, I do want to point out, we did have a very successful surplus property auction on Saturday. Weather was probably one of the best days that we've had. We've had it in the snow twice, we've had it in the rain, we've had it in the blistering heat. I got here at 6:45 on Saturday, and there were 5 people waiting to get there to sign up for the cards. But the sale didn't start till 9. So got a very, very good turnout. Gross $51,600. So it was a fast that we were done. Started at 9, we were finished by 11.
Good. All right. Next on our agenda is Stephanie Stout, Recovery Service
No,
Coordinator.
sir.
I'm sorry. I already flipped the page. Tom didn't give me that free charter. All right, next on the agenda is Tom from from the Eastern West Virginia Airport Authority, request for a permit fee waiver. So Tom, I actually talked to Nick a little bit about this and everything. So they have a few projects out there that they would like to get the permit fee waived on. Total relief that they're looking for is $741.76. Need a motion to do so.
So move, Mr. President, to waive the fee for the improvements at the Eastern West Virginia Regional Airport for $741.76.
I'll second.
All right, motion been made and seconded. Any discussion?
Hey, you know,
One was for a sign.
Sign out on the,
Yeah, it's gonna be on, 11 Novak, and then for remodel of the terminal.
I'd like to thank this board for what we referred to as bridge money a few years ago, that this board has put forward to the airport authority and helped the airport authority get to where they are today, because we are well on the path of growing that airport to the potential that it definitely has, and it's because of that bridge money that allowed us to hire employees and continue to grow when we didn't have the money to do so.
Yes, thank you, Council.
Well, it's always great to be able to do that when we have success stories like we're hearing, and we all know in what we do, sometimes you gotta take a little bit of risk. And some, not always doesn't pan out, but, you know, it's all about having good work ethics, and I know the board that we have out there have strong work ethics, and I know the staff has strong work ethics, and we're all there for the same reason, so,
Yeah, we're growing, so
yeah.
a couple more years.
Just my one question to you, Tommy, is are we getting you some good help out there?
Yeah, with the line guys that we get borrowed, yeah, they're helping out a lot.
Good.
How many years you been out there?
First year will be 30.
So,
Close.
Big change,
Big
big
change.
change.
Yeah.
yeah, I was gonna ask you, so you're happy with the changes?
Yes.
You see the vision and everything going well, right?
I think it's doing very well for
Yeah.
just a month, for a month in ownership. Yeah.
Right. All right, well, you go back, you ask Mr. Deal how much it's gonna cost to start chartering that plane to
He's got a
Charleston.
plane out there to do it. It's a little expensive, but it'll get you there quick.
We expect discount rates. That's that bridge money we was talking about just a couple minutes
Should
ago.
be there in less than an hour.
Yeah.
That would've been nice.
Yeah.
Get down there that morning, come back.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Way to go.
Yeah. All
Way
right,
to fly.
thank you, Tom. Good luck
Thank
on your
you.
projects.
Thanks, Tom.
You gotta move.
All in favor, say aye. We voted. You're good.
So I got a question. Can I throw this out there? When we were discussing the correction from last week,
Several weeks ago.
did we discuss the other one that was on the agenda, the apportionment for
I think both of them were
for
correct.
They were all
for the
together.
butlers?
They were
Yeah,
together.
he did.
Were they together?
Yeah, he
Yes,
said
sir.
Okay.
Richard Butler.
So I don't remember talking about it.
All right. Now, Stephanie Stout, Recovery Service Coordinator, Recovery Service Update. Stephanie, it's always a pleasure to see you. Good morning.
First, since this is my first report to you guys.
We won't be really hard on you.
I just want to express my gratitude for giving me the opportunity to grow professionally with the county and for your all's vision, wanting these resources to be available in Berkeley County. Because at one point they weren't. So I just want to express my thanks for that.
Well, Stephanie, one thing that we, some of us, you're given different reasons to look for different things. And sometimes it's a little hard coming. And so that was part of our conversation on the way back from Charleston yesterday about our recovery services that we have in Berkeley County that we never had before, and the quality of the recovery services that we have. And part of that conversation was emphasizing having the right people in the right place at the right time. You know how I feel about that, and you're one of those. Can't do it without you and Tim and your all's whole staff. We can't do it without the judicial branch, with the buy-in of the prosecutor to probation and parole and community, everybody. It's just one big family, community service. And the reason why we're so successful is people sees the results. And they see people getting clean and being productive. And just like Tim was saying 2 weeks ago, there's 4 or 5 of your people from Day Report helping to build a new Day Report now and on payroll, right? So, it's very rewarding for us to know that all that is happening in the right direction and with smiles.
Yes. Like you say, it takes a village.
It does. So tell us all the good work you've been doing.
All right, so I've got some stats from the beginning of this year. First thing I'd like to touch base with is we've had 370 new participants that have actually walked into the doors of the Recovery Resource Center for their very first time to receive some type of services. I think that that's a very good number, even in spite of COVID, because of course at that time we didn't have anybody walking in. With that being said, our increase in calls so that we could do phone referrals for individuals to get into detox and treatment, referral to other supports increased as well. Thus far, we've been able to get 65 people into treatment, whether that is a medically assisted recovery program, a detox, or a long-term or short-term treatment program. With having diploma mountaineer here now, that definitely eases the access to be able to get individuals into that type of program. We also still do our Narcan trainings. We've been able to train over 70 individuals within the county, and that ranges from individuals that are in Oxford sober living homes here, and even diploma staff and a couple other places that, you know, they want their staff to have that tool to be able to save life. We currently have 7 weekly recovery meetings that are in person. The average attendance for a week is about 100 people. That's increased quite a bit since there are still a lot of different fellowship programs that are not having the in-person live meetings. We've also been able to train some more individuals to become peer recovery coaches. Of course, I am trained. You guys allowed me to go to Connecticut and get trained to be a facilitator for those programs. So we're trying to stay on the ball with getting other people in the community so that they can be trained and we can put them in positions at the Day Report Center, Eastridge, Shenandoah, places like that. And then those people that we've actually trained have the opportunity to become volunteers for us. We have what we call the REPS Network. It's a recovery engaged peer support volunteer program that we have. And these individuals are able to volunteer their time, whether it's some of our outreach programs, or if we need somebody, it could be as simple as getting them from the resource center over to the hospital, from the hospital to Paloma. That in between where the individuals we're working with, we don't have transportation. So our volunteers kind of step in to do that. That's actually one of the biggest gaps that we do have. I think not even just as a recovery resource center, but as a state. We have a big gap in transportation and the services that we can be able to get people to because of the lack of it. I would say that if there was one thing that I think would help the county greatly, it would be the ability to be able to increase whatever that looks like for us to be able to transport individuals. Because it's not always realistic for a volunteer to be able to get a call at 9 a.m. and say, hey, we have somebody here that needs to go to the hospital, or we have somebody that needs to go from the hospital, say Morgantown, for them to just be able to stop what they're doing. A lot of volunteers work full-time jobs. So that's one of the gaps that we do have, so I just wanted to put that out there for future reference.
And Tim, we can't do that through the Day Report Center because those are HIDA vehicles, right? Right.
Many times when we can't find someone, so
Yeah, and I know quite a few of y'all heard me talk about all the activity we have in the recovery side, but the reason why we had the Recovery Resource Center was because we didn't feel like people had to be a criminal or committed a crime. I don't want to call them criminal, but they had to commit a crime to get help. So the Recovery Resource Center is for anyone that is suffering from addiction to be able to walk in that door and get the help they need without taking it to the next level.
Plus, it allows you to, at the earlier stages for somebody to get into a program.
Yes, even receive supports,
Right.
to help sustain possibly, a relapse or whatever it could be. So yeah, and we're able to welcome them at whatever stage they're at, whether they're maintaining or they're trying to make the change to get there into recovery. We're able to just move them where they're at.
Stephanie, how do we work? A lot of times, the parents or maybe the children of the parents are trapped, right? They don't know where to go, or maybe they don't know how to handle the pressure that they have. That's something that I don't know if you and your staff does it, but it's not something that we have said, okay, we have family counseling for that family, because the one thing about addiction is it doesn't only affect the one that's the addict, it affects the whole family. And another thing that I have to say is not only the addict has to change, right? It's the whole family that has to change, because it's so easy to be hard on the one that had the bad day. In reality, that's when we need to be collective and soft.
Isn't that what the emergency response team's doing, Tim? Isn't that what the emergency response team, where you teamed up with the health department?
We're working on that. My understanding is that Bill, just a couple of days, 2 days ago, finally signed the final grant document. So my understanding is that we're ready to put them on payroll now. I called him yesterday afternoon. I wasn't able to connect with him. I'm hoping to be able to talk to him today, and that should be up and running.
But that program is just set there to catch people at their vulnerable time.
24 to 48 hours after an overdose, after EMTs have responded to an address for an overdose, we're going to knock on the door and see if we can make some connections with folks.
But what I'm getting at is one of the things I think we need to try to check into is, again, if you have an addict in the family, it's very easy for us to point the finger and say, you're the problem, right? In reality, it could be the family itself, right? So sometimes people that get into recovery can't get well if the family is not willing to change with the addict. Does that make sense?
So absolutely, addiction is a family disease. It's not just about the addict. 100% what you're saying is correct. The staff that were hired for the Joe Tip grant, that were to go into schools, identify children at high risk, connect with their families, get them involved in a family support group. The pause button got pressed on that program because schools shut down. We just, over the last week, have had a conversation with DOJ reps to be able to figure out how we can kind of refocus the scope of that grant. We're going to be focusing on the juveniles and drug court for the time being, and that's exactly what we hope to do. It's just what you're saying, to have a family support group, direct these kids and their families into some family therapy. Going back to that transportation gap Stephanie's talking about, there are people who limp their way into the Recovery Resource Center, and they finally hit their bottom and they say, I need help, I need to get to a program. There's too many times when we cannot get them into a program. Their families are completely done with them. They're not willing to help them anymore because you know how the story goes. If we're able to get them in, because what happens is, if we could just drive them to a treatment program somewhere, mission accomplished. There's too many times when we can't, and now days or weeks go by, and they end up in the justice system now, and now they're part of that cycle. A simple fix would be a mechanism that I have a problem.
We need to have a
Yes, sir.
conversation about that, because we stopped transportation early on in the program because of the
Exactly.
The EPTA has a contract with medical services. Would any of this classify as medical services?
We do. Stephanie does everything that she can to find transportation. EPTA, volunteers, logistic care, and frequently enough, none of those options work. Yeah.
Okay, back to Stephanie.
Yeah.
We love you, Tim, but this is tough.
Don't walk away, stay close, that way you don't have to walk too far.
All right, so you left off, you have 1,348 total recovery meeting attendance.
Yeah, since January 1st of this year.
It's amazing.
It is. So that's 1,348 people that are coming into the resource center, receiving a meeting as their support to sustain their recovery. And also in turn, they're able to interact with the staff there. They're able to find out about what all we do, so that if they have somebody they know, they can refer them to us, and then we can help them with that process of getting into recovery as well.
So one of the things that why you're getting the people into the Recovery Resource Center is building that trust.
Yes.
Sort of like the sort of like the hold harmless needle exchange programs. It's basically, I mean, first when they walk in, they think they're going to get arrested, and then it's basically, hey, we're there for you because we care about you.
Yeah. We're humanizing them and building relationships.
Right.
Yep.
So Stephanie, one of the things I was going to talk to, I was hoping to have a meeting last week and it fell through, but one of the things that we have, well, we had, well, I know we did, and COVID took over, and who knows where that program is now, but we was going to actually take the recovery efforts out on the road, right? We got a grant to do that. We was going to take, so rather than someone coming to us that might be out on the suburbs of the county, that actually the recovery team was going to go out to them,
Yes.
right? I guess that was put on hold because of the COVID, because that was through the health department too, or?
Yes, it's still on hold as well, just because of their higher ups.
Right, so are we looking for that grant and that program to be extended because of this? Because that was a West Virginia grant, right?
That was through West Virginia Health Systems.
Right.
It was a 2-year pilot program.
Right,
It's pretty much because of COVID, been put on the back burner.
but not going away, so hopefully it's gonna be extended.
No, we still have some grant funded employees under that program that we're using.
Mhm.
But it was a community outreach program where they were going to mobilize a team.
Right.
They never even were able to buy the van. I mean, it stopped that early on in the process. So,
Mhm.
but that was actually a program sponsored by WPS.
Okay, the other thing that we are seeing is the homeless, the homeless is not getting any better, which kind of surprised me. It surprised me, it doesn't surprise me, because that's a pretty delicate, the way that needs to be handled. Are we reaching any of the people that are living in tents and stuff throughout the county and the city of Martinsburg?
Yes, whether it's through, in the past it was through our program at the library. That was our biggest connection, being in the library.
Mhm.
But even now, with harm reduction, and even being where we're at, individuals do reach out that are homeless. We've made a good relationship with the Homelessness Coalition, where we can help foster getting them the help that they need to be able to find housing. There's still a great need though.
Right, because I would like to see that kind of deplete. But it's sort of like we always say, Tammy and I always say, it's and Alan, we're gonna give you a hand up, not a handout. And that's one of those things that the homeless, the ones that are homeless right now, it has to be a hand up and not a handout. So it's good that we're getting some of those in.
Yeah, we're
Okay.
trying.
What else you got to tell us?
So Tim was talking about the Joe Tip grant, and us being able to change the scope on that, where now we can work in the juvenile justice system as well. That's gonna be very helpful, considering I think we only were able to do a week's worth of going into the schools with the students, and things are so unsure about that with COVID and all the criteria we have to meet that we know we can get into the juvenile drug court and be able to assist there, provide a peer recovery coach, supports for meetings and groups. So I'm excited to see that start soon.
Good.
Then I put an excerpt, I put this on here. It was from one of the newsletters in the past couple months. I'm just going to share it. We have an epidemic that has remained alive and well within the pandemic. A key factor to help those in recovery includes one much needed thing, and that's connection. Undoubtedly, we've had a lot of restrictions during COVID-19 that have prevented that connection for those in recovery. It definitely has helped with decreasing the spread of COVID, but at the same time, as we go into the data for overdose deaths, suspected overdoses, we've seen an immense rise. So I'm grateful that we have been allowed to continue to work and be there for the individuals that have needed the help during this time. I feel like that has been a big deal for our county to be able to still remain active in our recovery services. And then as we go on, at the end of July, the total for city and county suspected overdoses, and from January till July, was 335. Deaths were at 35.
And most of those were during the COVID.
Yes,
20
and if you look,
28 of them, I think, right?
yeah, and if you look on the next page, it actually shows a breakdown of over the last 3 years where the death comparisons and the suspected overdoses were.
Mhm.
And if we look at 2019, for the month of March, we had 6 deaths for 2019 and 7 in 2020. But when we move on to where we have more of those stipulations and prevention of being able to be face to face with individuals and have all the supports that we regularly do, you see that the baseline continues to even rise and almost quadruple than what it was for the year prior. And then, of course, when we're looking at the 3-year comparison on the suspected overdoses, our baseline is above everything for the last 2 years. And I think that it plays a big part in the lack of connection, and mental health also plays a part in it, because individuals that have mental health issues can sometimes self-medicate, and there's a risk for overdose with that as well.
Right. And a lot of the people that have the mental health issues that could be living in the tents and homeless, if they were on their medication, they would probably be more on the okay side. Would that be?
I would agree, but it's very hard to try to navigate through the health systems when you're in that type of mental state.
Right.
And also with all the COVID-19 restrictions and the fears that everyone has had, some people were actually fearful to even go to the hospital to get medical clearance for detox, afraid that they would catch the COVID.
Right. And that was the whole reason for that mobile team, right? Go out to them instead of them coming to us. And they get them the help they need. All right. Go ahead.
So the next thing that I wanted to touch on was just the harm reduction program. This was something that I was volunteering for long before I worked for the county, and just to be able to watch it grow from where we used to have 7 participants come in once a week to now where we have sometimes an influx of 80 participants in 1 week. That's 1 day out of the week for 4 hours. It makes me very proud. But the thing I wanted to touch on is the fact that these individuals that come to this program not only receive the syringes, they receive, they have nurses on staff there to be able to help them with finding out what kind of care they may need, HIV testing, hepatitis C, and the connection with the peer recovery coaches that we have there. And that creates that relationship we were just talking about within the program, to where eventually those people have a trust with us, and we're able to kind of walk with them through the process of recovery whenever that's a decision that they're ready to make. But also, these individuals are trained with Narcan and handed Narcan, and we have 81 unreported overdoses through that program. Those are individuals that did not call 911, that did not take anybody to the hospital, or were taken to the hospital. That that's one of our missing links on our data that we're collecting from the city and county. So I wanted to make that point obvious to you guys, because that's probably something that I think is important for us to know, is that this is a program that is also saving lives by the individuals, 1, getting the education that they need, and 2, being able to have that tool, the Narcan that we receive from the state, to actually use it.
Right.
It's amazing to see how the program has grown. And of course, the epidemiology report for last year has shown that there has been a decrease in some of our infectious diseases. So with that being said, I think that can prove for success from the program.
mentioned the mom that was an addict that got clean and had a healthy baby.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's good work. Good work. Anybody have any questions for Stephanie?
I don't have any questions. The comment, as I said, from where we started to where we are now has been phenomenal. And the ability to build trust. It's like, when I used to teach school, the kids would come to you with information and just the same type of thing. These folks are coming to you and entrusting you. And all it's gonna do is expand and continue, because the more you're trusted, the more you are trusted. So, thanks.
Very good job. I think it's important to take a second to reflect on your accomplishments, and that's really all you can afford, because there's so many new things coming in, new changes, and more things that you can do to make this problem better. So, but thank you for where you're at today.
Thank you. I wouldn't be without the opportunity and the vision of you guys.
They keep giving us credit. We want to throw that credit back to you too, because we can't be there without people like you. You know? And you've done us a wonderful job from day one, and you'll continue to do us a wonderful job, because I hope our relationship's a long-term relationship.
Absolutely.
All right.
Thanks.
Have a
guys.
good day. Thank you. All right, we're scheduled for a break 30 minutes ago. Dan's been running us over, so if you all need to go to the restroom, let's go ahead and go, but we'll come right back. We'll recess for just a couple minutes.
I only do that when you're here.
I know.
Yeah.
We finished in record time.
Oh, yeah. No, I just pointed that.
okay,
What
because
was
I
that?
opened it.
You open it?
I didn't go to the link.
Oh, you can open email, but don't click on that link. Just delete it.
Who's it?
Callis, you didn't get it. Callis contractors, you got it. Anytime, be very
It
suspicious.
was on, no, it was on my phone.
Yeah, they can't. You're okay.
I got a friend request from Harold Fink yesterday.
Who?
And Harold Fink, and I thought I was already friends, and I looked and I wasn't already friends with him, so I accepted it. And then today I get hi, how are you doing on a message, and I'm like, all right,
No longer.
yeah, he's
I'll
gone.
tell you one that reached out to me is James Boyd, and it was about email. Okay.
He's been scammed a couple times too.
I think he's been scammed again. All right, we're back in session. We're picked back up and we're behind schedule, as Dan's pointed out. Next on our agenda is Jennifer Piercy, Executive Director of the County Commission Association of West Virginia, and you have your legislative priorities to. I'm sure you got yours set and we have ours. So.
I've provided to the council your 2020 legislative priorities.
Right.
Reference, Jennifer has a copy of those.
Okay, all right. Well, I think our priorities probably haven't changed too much over the last year since we didn't get much of them done last year, so.
Yeah, unfortunately, our top three didn't go anywhere. We did manage to have a few things, real quick that I'll touch on. Session was kind of crazy last year simply because we dealt a lot with SJR 9 and the business and inventory tax. That was a big focus for us. But a few victories that we did have, the big one was relating to annexation by minor boundary adjustment. That was a huge one, because we were just trying to get something done about entities that kept coming back and reapplying every single time. We had a few counties that had to deal with that. So there was an issue that popped up, and I believe it was here in one of the counties around here. And so what ended up happening was they clarified the language regarding entry of order by a county commission following annexation of a property within an urban growth boundary. So they're now requiring a municipality as part of the application. They have to provide an affidavit that persons, businesses, and freeholders in the additional territory consent to inclusion in annexation. So they basically have to go get an affidavit from everyone.
Would that be a petition or is it just be individual statements?
Individual statements.
Okay.
And I can get you, I'll get you the main summary of this and send it to you.
All right.
And then they also put they have to wait 2 years before they can come back and apply again.
That's even better.
Yeah, that was a big thing that came out of that one. A couple others. One was Senate Bill 202, which was allowing one member of the PSD board to be a county commissioner. That's something that came out of Ohio County. And basically what this bill did, it's allowing one member of a public service board to be a county commissioner of the county commission with the authority to appoint the members of the board regardless of whether the commissioner resides within the district and a board vacancy has existed for more than 1 year.
Well, how do they appoint the PSC?
PSD, Public Service District.
Yeah, yeah. But they're
We appoint them.
reappoint, okay.
Yes.
Yeah, water, sewer, and
Yeah.
stormwater.
Yeah.
Great.
And then another one that this was actually something that we supported. It was not a legislative priority for us, but it came out of Monongalia County. It was House Bill 4633, and it dealt with expanding commissioners' ability to dispose of county or district property. They had a situation in Monongalia County where they had an old school building that had been deeded back to the county. There was a non-for-profit organization using it. The county wanted it off the books and wanted to do a simple transaction in exchange for $1. They could have this property. And they weren't allowed to do that according to codes. And this had been a 3-year initiative back in 2019 during session. They thought that they had the language clarified, and during the last hour, someone changed something, and as it turned out, nothing had been changed in code at all. So we were able to get that done this year. So something I want to really focus on for 2021, we made some changes because typically the way that we put together the legislative agenda is we have a fall board and legislative committee meeting. Last year, what CCAWB decided to do was we realized we had a situation where we were having a board meeting in August, and then we were turning around and having a board meeting in September, and it seemed a little redundant. We combined those 2 meetings, so now we have 3 board meetings a year. We have one at the annual meeting, we have one at our legislative meeting, and then we have one usually in the spring. So what we did this year is we combined our legislative meeting with our annual meeting. Part of the other reason why we did that as well was it's to get our legislative agenda out earlier. This way we can communicate what we want to do. It's easier to get our potential bills drafted, and it's easier to have those meetings with state lawmakers so they can understand what it is we want to try and get done.
Well, and that's what we've talked about, Jennifer, here is, really to be effective in Charleston, it's not just a 3 or 4 month job.
Right.
It's year round.
Mm-hmm.
And because you got to figure out what your priorities are. You then, like you said, 90% of the time you're going to draft the bill, and then you're going to turn back around and you're going to have to introduce it and work it and talk about it and the pros and cons and all that stuff. So,
And when session starts, you can have your bills drafted, but it moves so quick. You only have 60 days, and
right.
Yeah. And you want to try to get as much feedback and input from everyone as much as possible. And when you have that much information flowing over a 60-day period, sometimes
you just got to be able to explain yourself.
Yeah. So our folks met, and so what we did is we have 3 top priorities. We did not want to do a huge agenda this time simply because we're not exactly positive what session's going to look like, but we wanted to be able to focus on 3 things. The way that we put together our agenda is that we take legislative issue nominations from counties. These counties come to our legislative meeting, they present, there's discussion. The legislative committee then recommends a slate to our board of directors, and then the board approves that. And then that's what becomes our legislative priorities.
Do you have a limit as to how many you have?
We typically try to do 3 top ones, and then from time to time there will be issues that we might support. Like the example was the Monongalia County. A lot of times we will have issues that may just affect one county or a few counties. Those are items that we will support, or if there's something that we might be against.
The biggest thing too, Jim, is as long as it doesn't affect another county in a bad way,
right?
They will support anything that individual counties would do. Is that correct?
Correct. So number 1 this year on our agenda is the 1% sales tax. This was a big one last year. I know it was on your all's agenda. We talked about it when we came up for the legislative summit last year. We've already had discussions with Wood and Monongalia. I've talked with Allen and a few other counties about this. It's a big one for them as well. Wood County last year employed their own lobbyist. So we had 2 different bills out there running. Now, the 1% really didn't go anywhere. However, we've been working and having discussions with Wood County's lobbyists. There was an issue with some language in there, and so we actually had a Zoom meeting a couple weeks ago, and we've kind of decided that we're all going to get together and just have one bill.
Well, the one thing we were talking about this last night on the way back from Charleston is that the 1 cent local sales tax. When we, as a county, and especially the people in Snowshoe and I think Greg Puckett County and stuff like that, there's no reason for us to draw people in for a weekend event, other than hotel motel tax, which is generally a pass-through, right? So for the county, there's nothing in it, but yet we're stressing our public safety out on those events.
Right.
To where if we was be able to, they gotta understand if we generate activity in our county to increase the 1 cent sales tax, if we got it, they're getting 6 times more than what we are. Right? So why do you not want to support it other than, and give, I think the biggest stumbling block too is they just need to give a path to have it done, and that the county commissions vote whether they want to do it or not.
Right, and that's what we have said the past couple of years, the language would be permissive only. Because I know that Kanawha, they're a county who probably would not have it. And that's great. But I think that we need to give opportunities for other counties to be able to do this. And the other discussion that we had was we need to have a level playing field, because the municipalities who now have home rule are able to do this.
Right.
And I think that counties, they need to have the same ability to do so.
Jennifer, I talked to Delegate Hardy the other day, and he said, well, you have to give up something, because this was under municipal. You have to give up something to get the 1 cent. I said, cities have B&O tax, they've got licensing and all this stuff. The counties don't have it. We don't have anything we can give up.
I don't think the city gave up anything.
Well,
They gave up
They
part
gave
of
us,
a small
No,
portion.
they
Very
gave
small.
up, they gave up B&O that they don't collect.
right,
Right.
right.
They gave up something they don't even use. So-
Right, that's what I'm saying, yeah.
Right, but I would think that this is this thought process that Doug just said, this thought process should be the thought process to the municipal league, because the municipal league should understand that right now there's an advantage for businesses to locate in the county as opposed to the city. So if we do this in the county, now it evens the playing field, and the city actually has a win from this because it evens that playing field. there.
Right.
Yeah, it does.
The other thing too was brought up to me by a person, and it makes great sense. One of the things, and this is what I would be willing to give back. Some of the counties in the state of West Virginia that's having the toughest time to balance their budget are the coal producing counties, right? So one of the things that I personally would be willing to give up would be coal, oil, and gas severance tax back to the producing counties, right? And let them keep that tax.
And those are probably some of the counties that probably won't even go with the 1 cent tax.
No, so they will get this
But they
back.
would still
Right.
get a benefit from it.
And the
It
reason,
makes a lot of sense.
the reason why the 1 cent sales tax for us and people like, I don't want to speak for Pocahontas County, is, you know, we have 81 that produces 80-some thousand cars a day.
Yeah.
Why not capture some tax dollars from people that don't even live here?
Right. Oh,
Right.
absolutely. And even, especially now with COVID,
Right,
there's been a huge influx of people in West Virginia. I
right.
mean,
And it's going to continue like crazy.
Mhm.
The population of the state of West Virginia is going to increase. You watch. But I know these guys get tired of me hearing me say this, but Pocahontas County with Snowshoe will accommodate 15,000 people on the mountaintop at any given time. 97% of them are from outside the county or outside the state of West Virginia. That's enough money. That would be enough money to finance the county commission's budget, period.
yeah, I know,
Crazy.
I tried to book a weekend at a state park. Couldn't do it. They were all full, and majority of folks were from out of state.
Right, getting away.
Yeah.
I'm full on.
Okay.
We did have a really good conference 2 weeks ago
With Wood County.
with county,
Oh, okay, great.
county president,
Blair, yep.
our county and
That's,
so
yeah.
it was very beneficial to
Yeah,
us, and I
yeah.
think we were all in agreement.
Oh, good, yeah.
But
And that's who I've been meeting with is Blair and Richie.
To me, and again, it didn't come from me, but for the ones that want 1 cent sales tax, which is, like Dan said, is going to be generally the ones that aren't a coal producing county. But even if they wanted it, there's no reason if we got a 1 cent sales tax, we still can't give up our coal, oil, and gas. And that should be one of the criteria. And so therefore, the legislators that's representing the coal producing counties or the southern part of West Virginia have no reason not to vote for it. Right?
Because the money will be coming back to them.
Yeah.
And now, to me, that's the biggest way, that's the largest way to get this through. And because everybody at the end of the day has to win.
And there should be a copy in each of your packets. There should be a copy of each of the bills that I'm going to talk about. And I know the one that's in there, that's the one that was drafted last year. Wood County's was a little bit different, but like I said, Richie and I have had a conversation. There was some language in theirs that had to do with this fund for future needs. That there was some disagreement on, but Richie and I had a conversation, and that language most likely is going to get cut out. So we should be able to have one cleaned up.
Another thing that the legislation has to understand too is a lot of their agencies, as the DEP, or all their agencies had a freeze on their salaries for the longest time. It may still be there, but I think they did lift it and they got one small raise. Well, anytime, it's sort of like another conversation we have 12 state troopers in the county right now. We should have 30 some.
Yeah.
Right? So where's that burden shift to? It's not like we're getting an increase in the payment for the state of West Virginia to hire more deputies, right? But yet they're leaving 60-some% of their responsibility not being done. Right. So
I remember this conversation last year.
Yeah. So it's just, and it's no disrespect to our local state troopers. I'm trying to wake up the state of West Virginia and say, hey, you got a problem, you need to fix it because our tax dollars haven't went down, right? But you're doing less for the same amount of money, if not more.
Well, and you've got, like, take Tucker County, for example, with Canaan. They're in a situation where they have a huge influx of folks in the winter that they have to provide services for.
Right.
And that's gonna increase here pretty soon.
Yeah, and they also have a lot of federal land that they're not getting the tax money for. So this could really help, especially a lot of these tourism-related counties as well, because in the past they tried to actually have amusement tax,
right?
Things like that, and it's never.
That's what Greg Puckett was looking for. Look, I mean, we tried to take a trip, or most of my family does. I didn't go this year down to Florida, and we stopped at a freaking Dairy Queen one day, and there was more local tax than was state tax.
Yeah.
It was, I mean, considerably more.
Yes.
But it just,
Winchester.
yeah. But it just blows my mind that we just can't. They can't see that because our like you said here, unfunded mandates are growing.
Right.
Without any additional revenue source.
And if it weren't for federal grants, we wouldn't have it.
We'd be,
have the burden.
yeah,
Yeah.
we wouldn't be as solid as we are.
Okay, so that's number one on our list. Number two, this was actually discussed last year at our legislative meeting, but we never moved forward with it. But last year during session, and there's a copy of the report in your packet, there was a legislative study done that had to do with the advertising fees that state and local government have to pay for publication. So this was something that was discussed. There was a bill introduced. The bill got stalled. There's a pretty heavy lobby by the Press Association.
Really?
It was House Bill 4025, which there should be a copy of that bill in there as well. Basically, what this bill would do, it would create a statewide legal advertising website in conjunction with the auditor's office. And it would reduce the length of time an advertisement must run in newspapers if it is simultaneously ran on the website. The bill does not eliminate advertising fees altogether, but it does reduce the amount of time that an ad has to run if it's also run on this website. The bill talked about there's There are 346 legal advertising requirements in code. The bill addressed class 2 and class 3 advertising. Majority of ads are class 2 or class 3. What the bill would do is if the advertiser, like I said, posts on the state website, it will reduce the number of days. The ad would only have to run in the paper for 1 week. The state, and I believe that there should be a physical note attached with that report and with that bill as well that the auditor's office had put out last year. Regarding the report, some of the highlights of it, 36 West Virginia counties have no qualified newspaper to place legal
I was gonna say, there can't be too many newspapers.
Right. 82% of West Virginians have access to the internet. The total number of published newspapers between daily and weekly circulations is only 406,102. The assertion that printing in the newspaper is the most effective to reach the most people isn't necessarily true. $4.6 million will be spent in non-election years on legal advertising that could be done online and reach more people for free. And the dollars are desperately needed to shore up county budgets who do shoulder the majority of the cost.
Jennifer, shouldn't our legislators be looking at this before long, because the print business,
They, in this report specifically, it talked about state government advertising as well. Basically, when they presented the report, because I think it was done by the Performance Evaluation Division, they basically said that we need to move to this.
I mean,
Whether it be, I think what they're talking about doing right now is making it some sort of multi-year process where it's
phases out.
I don't think they're gonna phase it out completely, but they do know that it needs to be addressed. There were several counties who talked to me about, they might be in an area where there's 2 different newspapers owned by the same entity. So if you have to run an advertisement, you can't just pay one cost and get it in both newspapers. You are paying
Sure.
for both.
Double the duty.
Yeah, so that's something else, but this was very big that popped up on the radar. And so this is our second priority, and we're probably gonna use a lot of that bill, that's in your packet. It's 4025, and I've actually already had some conversations with some delegates, down in the Raleigh County area who sponsored this legislation, and I've let them know that this is on our radar screen.
Probably should know this, but I don't. What do other states do when they
I
do
think
this?
that this is something, I think that that's part of the reason why this study was done, this is being done in other states. Yes, and
How about-
especially you have a decline of print media in general anyway.
Right.
So the argument that
I'd be curious as to the states that already have adopted something different as to how they did it.
that might be in that report,
Or it's
I'll need
okay.
to look. But I can also, we have electronic copies of that report as well, I can send to you.
We've got, we're good here.
And then number 3, this is also from last year, it's the property rollback tax. This really, we got it introduced, it really didn't go anywhere as well, simply because of the fact that tax, period. We did have a few conversations about this with some senators and delegates. I believe that your folks from this area were somewhat supportive of this. They were supportive of this.
Some of them were, some of them weren't.
Yeah, so I think that this is, and I think part of this is, it's hard to educate people because they don't quite understand. So I think that that's gonna be our biggest hurdle this year, is having these conversations.
Probably
They
think
don't.
sort of every
A
year.
lot of
Yeah.
times, a lot of times they don't even know it exists.
Right,
And the crazy thing about it is, Jennifer, I know last year our increase on house cost alone was 17%. So every time that we're not able to, and we get caught in the rollback once in a while.
Yeah.
We should get caught in it every year,
yeah.
but
2 years ago,
well, just we should get caught in it. I'm gonna be nice and say we should get caught in it every year.
But 3 years ago.
But when real estate's going up 17%,
Oh, I know.
there's no reason we shouldn't be caught in it every year.
Well, and the other thing, if we go diligently and the assessor office was properties that aren't finished at this point and partial, it'll just totally, it'd be a nightmare, because they can't, by law, you can't. And we're not addressing that at all.
All right, so you have the rollback, the 1 cent, and what?
The publication fees.
Yes.
Yes, so those are our top three. Two things that we're supporting, obviously Senate Bill 163, which is the Airbnb lodging bill. I had a conversation yesterday with the WVHTA. The bill got vetoed, and essentially it was vetoed because they said that the marketplace facilitator language was not consistent with the requirements of the Wayfair decision and West Virginia's existing sales tax collection provisions for marketplace facilitators. I talked with Carol Fox yesterday. She explained to me that they are simply waiting to have this conversation with the governor's office and the state tax department. It should be something easy, a language change. They're trying to wait till things calm down a little bit. But, and I believe Richie Heath is working on this too, because I spoke with Richie as well. So it should be a very simple fix. It's just going to be incorporating some language in from an already existing statute.
Is this regarding the hotel?
This is the Airbnb where that's not
Okay,
being.
well, the other issue is campgrounds. Our campgrounds are full, and the hotel, excuse me, the parks and recreation and CVBs are not getting any funding at all from this.
I remember this was, I think you all had this issue last year
Yes,
too.
and the campgrounds, particularly down in southern parts of the state when they don't have a lot of hotels or motels.
Oh, yeah.
Their campgrounds are absolutely packed for hunting season in different areas. So that you can get support from that neighborhood.
And then something else that we're supporting, and this actually came out of Randolph County. This was on our legislative platform last year too. It's supporting the reduction of the time limit on properties disposed for unpaid taxes from 18 months to 12 months. And that is a bill, it was written last year, and I'm actually having we've actually started to have a conversation with Municipal League about this as well. And I've sent them a copy of the bill from last year, just so they're aware, because we're going to be working with them on this, because they do, this is a municipality issue too. We have a lot of these properties that have the unpaid taxes, and then they sit there, and then you have squatters and other issues that pop up with this. And they seem to be pretty open, the dialogue that we have with them thus far.
Where are we at on the possibility of doing 911 fees on the electric meters instead of the landlines, cell phones?
Okay, that did come up during session this past year. Let me see if I brought that to find out what happened. I talked a lot with Dean Meadows about this. Dean's out of Wyoming County. I don't have it in here. Okay. They did the changing and adding fees to wireless and it's not. I'm gonna have to follow up with Dean on this and find out. I know that there was an issue
With the power companies
with
at
the
one
power
time,
companies.
but I think our local power company, or the one that's in our region, has backed off of it.
And that is something, I know that towards the end of session, there were some issues going on with that. And I'll follow up with Dean. I can follow up with him today and get you some information.
Yeah, because I mean, that would be a much better way for us to collect our fee. I mean,
Oh, yeah.
you take Mon County and people coming in there to call their cell phones and stuff like that from their home residence outside the state of West Virginia.
Yeah.
Or if you do it on the meters, it'd be done. And everybody would be paying it that would be there. And again, I know that there was some kickback from the power companies about collecting the fee and people thinking that they were increasing their fee. But I think that, I mean, most power companies realize that we work well together with the power companies. When they need something, we try to do what we can do to help them.
Right.
And so I think Potomac Edison has backed off.
Okay. I'm trying to remember, and it may have been Appalachian Power who was
Okay.
pushback, but I'll follow up with Dean.
But
Find out.
those power companies need county commission help as much as we need their help. And I think we've got to make sure that we're not afraid to let them know that.
And so then other than that, yes, ma'am.
Senate Bill 147, the one on the tipping fees with the DEP for the local solid waste that would get rebates.
That's probably gonna take care of itself here real soon.
Oh, yes, particularly with this major audit that just came in for the DEP.
I'll be honest, I don't know enough about that one.
Well, it passed the House and the Senate twice. It's gotten to the governor's office.
And got
DEP's
vetoed.
vetoed.
Have you looked at the veto language to see?
No, I didn't see the
Okay, I'll pull the veto language and see what's going on with that.
The word was that DEP said they needed the funding, and of course, state auditor says the money should be going back to the counties that
Right.
generated.
Okay.
What about the state police lab, Jennifer? Where we at on that?
I talked with Sherry Lemon quite a bit. Last year, basically, we just said that we are supportive of any type of funding that where we can keep, they hired extra staff to keep addressing that backlog. My understanding is that funding's gonna run out in 2021.
Correct.
And
we was trying to make sure we kept it for up to that point.
yeah, and I know that there's been some conversations with her and that staff, and I know that they're looking at ways to make sure that they can keep those folks in there, because I know when she came and presented last year at our legislative meeting, the backlog itself, they had managed to make a lot of headway on it,
Right.
but it's still
Well, and plus
quite a ways.
the thing about it is the backlog was tremendous, which again defers the responsibility to the state, to the county, because when they backlog on those, then our court cases get held up. Who pays that? We
Right.
do,
Right.
So for them to continue their additional funding to the state police lab, not only to keep up or sustain, but also there's a lot of lab work that could be done that would be better than what they're able to do now. It's kind of like the short version versus the version that should be doing. And then being able to sustain that so that we can get our lab, because we're outsourcing the labs.
Mm-hmm.
Our prosecutor has outsourced some lab work so that they could get to the case.
And you actually just reminded me. So last week, I believe, Michael Hicks, who is a commissioner out of Calhoun County, he sent me a bill that I sent out on the listserv, and it's very similar to a bill from last year. I think it was 4442, but we called it the arresting entity bill. It's where they wanted the first 7 days paid. We ran into a situation where the committee, it got referred to, they wouldn't run the bill. But I know that Calhoun is working on this. They have already had a meeting with Roger Hanshaw regarding this, and they've written their own bill. We haven't looked at the similarities yet from the bill from last year, but I do know that the delegates who sponsored it last year are very interested in moving forward with this as well. I know last year we started out at 7 days, hoping we would get 3, but then we couldn't even get it run. So,
Well, and the other thing, I hear it all the time, and Dan will say it is, well, the city residents are county residents and we collect county taxes for them, and that's true. But at the same time, the city, the municipalities have a whole different structure of revenue stream than we do.
right.
Right? And so, I mean, some of that's true. I won't argue that, but again,
But it
We're
also
very-
goes back to the home rule.
we're very restricted on
Right,
our revenue.
right. We are very, very restricted on how we can raise revenue.
Right.
And in this, the argument that we gave to everyone is that you need to, this tied in to the 1% or 1 cent sales tax because you have to put us on a level playing field, because in several of these counties, what you had is municipalities who passed a 1% sales tax, who went out and hired additional officers, which is great. They're making the arrests. But then what happens is the county's paying the jail bill. And, you know, it's hard to keep up.
But the other issue with the city, they have their own magistrate and their own court.
Mm-hmm.
So they're making their own rules. Now, if everybody in that county was going through the county system, that'd be entirely different.
Right.
They have their own set of rules, and they're making it up and setting their days and times, which might not be parallel to what we're doing.
Right, and it's amazing if you have conversations with different counties to see how some things work and some things don't work. We had a meeting last year down in the southern part of the state. We had several folks from different counties come in, and they would explain to us. Some counties have good relationships with their municipalities in terms of this. Some don't. And, you know, it's just, it does come down to an issue of if you're going to pick somebody up, you know, the county's footing the bill for everything. And when you've got $1 million and that's your jail bill, I mean, that's quite a bit. And yet you have no mechanism to increase your revenues to address that.
Why, this isn't an issue for many counties, but for us, and Alan and Gary, you'll have to help me out on this, so is the mental hygiene of what we have 2 vehicles now that all they do is transport mental hygiene patients to the other side of the state.
Mm-hmm.
And they will run the wheels off of them.
Right.
And it's taken 2 deputies at any given time. You can't transport them by yourself. Why in the world can we not do video?
Well,
In
especially
today's
now.
world, right? Why can't we do video hearing? We do
Yeah.
it. We do it in the jail system, right?
Yep.
Why can we not do dental hygiene on a video?
And this is something that's going to have to be addressed because I know it's been brought up by other counties where they have their folks that are driving them. And I think some of them, they take them over to Sharp.
Right.
But
it's
like,
us.
They're from here.
Yeah, and so you might drive them all the way over there and they can't get their hearing and you have
For
to turn around
48
and drive
hours.
back. Yeah,
You got to bring them back, and then
Yeah.
you got to take them right back.
yeah. There are some counties looking at this because it's become a big issue, and especially now with COVID and everything, you would think
That they would want to do.
that exactly.
Between that and our advertising this year is probably over pushing $400,000.
At least.
You know, it's just, it's crazy.
Yeah.
It's a couple hour fix.
Yeah.
And we even offered, Mr. Wine, to set up the state to be able to do it. So if they want help,
Yeah.
you know, Mr. Wine and his department will be more than glad to.
Well, our goal is we're starting to have some conversations about this, and we're going to try to, we typically have roundtables. What we're going to do is start next week, we're going to reach out to counties to see who is comfortable with having us come and reaching out and inviting their delegates and senators so we can start having these conversations where we were able to get our agenda clarified earlier. And since most of our legislation is already drafted, we feel like it'll put us at an advantage where we can go ahead and get our message out and be able to start having these conversations early on. Because it is an election year, session actually does start later than usual. I think it's February through April this year. So that actually buys us a little more time as well.
Not to bring,
We have our legislative summit in October. And President Cook and I had a discussion about whether this council should do it. And as Jennifer and I had talked about it, and certainly she would be willing to participate if you decide you want to do legislative summit this year.
I'd be willing to do it one, again. And it's just as much our fault as anybody's fault. We've said for years that we really can't just give it a couple hours a year. It's something that we got to focus on
Right.
almost year round. So I'm,
Try to set something up for late October.
yeah, I think it would be wise for us to do that. Now, the only thing, you're going to have some new delegates and senators and stuff coming in. So we would probably even have to
Like the candidates.
invite the candidates too. Mm-hmm.
Because you have a new position with Marshall Wilson, who's not, there's no one there, so that would be,
Who never came.
Huh?
Who never came.
And we are planning on, we did our annual meeting this year. We actually did do, it was partially in person and partially virtual. We worked in conjunction with the auditor's office. So we merged their training back with our meeting. It actually worked really well. They were great to work with.
Good.
But we're going to hold our basic training this year, hopefully. And it'll be in Bridgeport. And this is the training that we do for newly electeds.
Same location.
Same location, yes, in that Best Western. In fact, we just drove up there 2 weeks ago to do a site visit and talked with them. And we will hopefully start pushing out that information. as
That's
soon
what
as
West
possible.
Virginia Corp's gonna have, is it?
Yeah, yeah.
They're
And,
supposed to.
and then our legislative meeting is scheduled for February 14th through 16th, 2021, in 6 weeks as well.
Hopefully we say it every year, Jennifer. I mean, you know,
It's always crazy.
I'd love to spend more time with you guys. It's just trying to find the time.
Yeah, well, that's why we feel like it's important to come out and,
Yeah.
and talk to our counties and visit with you all, so we have an understanding.
We have it down at the Roundhouse. There's plenty of room down there to have it.
oh yes, you all can come on down.
Yeah,
It's got a dome almost like a capitol.
Well, there you go.
just doesn't have no bathrooms or floor.
It
Well,
will.
the bathrooms are supposed to have by the second week of September, but I'm not holding my breath.
I know this has been up many times, and it has to deal with construction zones on the highways.
Oh, okay.
Not so much speed cameras, because I got really chewed up over that one year, but if there would be any kind of verbiage put into the contracts let out by the DOT or with the Highways Department, that the contractor needs to provide either rolling roadblocks or during their peak times, or, you know, something to that effect. I mean, that
Because
there
of
be-
safety issues, because the number of
Here
wrecks
it's
we have is
horrible.
phenomenal.
Well, and it's, now that you're bringing that up, that might be something to also talk with Canal and Putnam about. There is so much construction getting ready to start on I-64
Oh, yeah.
because they're going to expand that bridge and make it 3 lanes, and it's going to be a 3-year project.
Yep.
And I mean-
Just heard that on the
And
copy.
I'm
Yeah.
sure it's not as bad as it is up here, but I mean, there's a
Oh,
wreck every day on 64.
Oh, it's like running the gauntlet out here.
Yeah.
It's, I mean, you know, if you would do the 55, because the road's so rough, it's
Right.
manageable. And even the new section to the north side of 81, coming over the bridge, it is horrible transitioning between a couple of bridges. That's where, you know, you're running 70 mile an hour and you go across in that dip, and it takes you for a ride.
We witnessed some peak driving skills yesterday. It was
Yeah,
pretty
that's-
interesting.
So I was there.
I think a couple of the opponents got beat this last time in the primary, particularly because we got dressed down, didn't we?
Oh,
Yeah.
man,
Because I've always
you
been.
can't
for fun.
imagine some of the emails that I got
Yeah.
about, you know, how corrupt speed cameras were. Let me tell you, the speed cameras that Maryland had over here for the bridge that they put across the Potomac,
Uh-huh.
900,000?
oh, more than that, it paid for the labor costs to build the bridge.
And we're not, I mean, we've never been about we would never see that anyway. That goes to the
Right.
state of West Virginia, but
Like you say, police.
it's the lives that's lost for that
Oh,
reason.
yeah.
I mean, when you're going across all the construction we have here in Berkeley County, once you hit that bridge going into Maryland, they're 55 mile an hour, without a doubt.
Because they know it's coming.
Yeah.
I mean, I was a recipient of a couple tickets that I wasn't my car. I mean, it was my car, but it wasn't me.
Well, that's what we were talking about, because her mother lives in Cumberland,
Yeah.
and her sister lives in this area.
Yeah. There you go.
She got a picture of her license plate, got a big fat ticket
Yeah.
in the mail, so, yep.
And it's not worth going to fight, because by the time, you know,
They have a
pay
picture.
it and go.
Yeah.
They got you.
Yeah.
But they, you know,
We appreciate your time coming up.
Well, you're welcome. Thank you for having me.
You know, we appreciate the hard work you all's doing and stuff like that. Just keep up the good work.
We really appreciate it, Jennifer.
Okay.
I'm sorry Sorry, I can't be down there,
That's okay. I understand.
but I will be calling you,
All right.
like I always
sounds
do.
good.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next on our agenda is Alan Davis, County Administrator for State Budget Revision Number 3, Fund 001.
State budget revision number 3 for the month of August. Since we had our last state budget revision, we've received 24 checks and ACHs. Just a couple things of note. The total amount of this state budget revision is $1,604,611. Of that, we've received 6 checks and ACHs from the CARES Act for reimbursement, totaling $1,380,132. Since the CARES Act grant has been opened up to counties as of Monday, we've been awarded $3,193,683.77 in reimbursements. So once again, our grant writers are hard at it. We've also received our 2018 EMPG grant reimbursement for the Department of Homeland Security and Emergency Management, totaling $127,032, and IT service reimbursements of $31,721. Included in this month's state budget revision is the $10,000 contribution that the Berkeley County School Systems makes to the Extension Office, which will be redeposited or deposited in their supplies and materials account for disbursement through internal budget revision sometime in the future. Of course, the $31,721 in the IT department's account and the $1,562,890 will be put aside for future expenses. That's it.
All right. Anybody have any questions for Mr. Davis? If not, entertain a motion to approve state budget number 3, Fund 001.
So moved.
Second.
Motion made, seconded. Any discussion? If not, all in favor say aye. Anyone opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you.
All right. Need a motion to go into executive session due to county council personnel and real estate matters.
So moved.
We are in executive session. So let Mr. Delier know I'm almost on schedule. Me too. Well, I ain't gonna run, but I'm gonna go.
Your running days are kind of slowed down here, Doug.
Yeah. Thank
didn't have to see it.
Good thing you have a saddlebag
I
on
know.
for your stuff.
Works out pretty good.
Alrighty.
See y'all later. Oh, we still gotta come out. Oh, shit, where's my phone?
You gotta come out and say.
Hey, you ain't came out of the closet yet.
Yeah, I know, sorry. Just those specs one.
All right, we're back in session. Nothing will be coming out of executive session. Mr. Barnhart, would you do the pleasure, please?
Well, I thank you, President, for this opportunity to adjourn.
All right, we are adjourned.
He's moved.
Recess and adjourn.
He is moved.
Advise and consent.